Please proceed to table 60. Short practice and start the match.
Good afternoon to day one of the Austria Open. We're live at the Hotel Alpendorf in San Jose, Johann I should say, sorry. I haven't done this for a while. In Salzburg, Austria. We are playing 9-ball pool. Now, there's 216 men in the Open and 64 women in the women's event. And we are going to start off with a men and a match between Petri Mäkinen and Stefan Jesberger. It's an alternate break, and there's a unique feature to the Eurotour, of course, and it's 2 breaks in a row each, regardless of whether you win the rack or not. You get 2 breaks in a row. We're playing with a tapped rack. It's Jesberger who has won the leg, and it's time to say good afternoon to Big Red himself, Eric Olofsson. Hi, Eric.
Hey, good to be here with you guys again. Looking forward to a good 4 days of pool here in Austria.
Yeah, and starting with, I suppose you could say, one of the favourites in the Finnish, Petri Mäkinen, of course. Don't know too much about the man at the table, but he starts with making a ball, Eric, but doesn't have a look at the one, so he can play what's called a push out, can't he? After the break, the incoming player is allowed to play what's called a push out. You don't have to hit any ball, you don't have to hit a rail, you can make any ball. If you make the 9, of course, it will be respotted. But here's the rub: your opponent has the choice to put you back in, because he chose to get the jump cue out. He was very, very aggressive, and he's been very, very lucky there, Eric, and we might see the jump cue here from Petri Mäkinen.
Yeah, nice roll to start off the match there for Stefan. Reminder on the break too, we're playing the 3-point rule, so a combination of balls down and balls past the head string has the total 3. He did achieve that there.
It's worth saying as well, Eric, that 9-ball is racked on the, and here comes the jump cue for the time. You have to watch he does lose ball here off the table or in the side pocket. As well here, got it. So first real opportunity of this match, Eric, in this race tonight. Goes to the German.
Get a chance to see Stefan's offensive prowess here. Really not much info on him, but we'll get some info about how he runs the balls here.
We do have 2 tables in play here for the next 4 days, guys. You have the choice, both with commentary as well. On table 1, you've got Max Lechner against Ivanovski. So if that's something you might fancy watching, you can go over to table 2. You can table 1 rather, and you can watch both at once. Just open another little device. Why not, Eric?
Yeah, two tables in action for you all week, and yeah, tough scratch there for Stefan, and Petri will be big favorite to take game number 1 now.
Yeah, it's the thing with 9-ball. Maybe we have some newcomers to the game of 9-ball. Welcome, if you are. We'll walk you through it. It's not too complicated. Just follow the numbers. It's potting by numbers. So 6 followed by the brown 7. Everyone knows the black 8, of course, and the yellow and white 9-ball, the all-important one. And you only win the rack if you pot the 9-ball. So you can pot 8 balls and still lose the rack. It's a cruel game sometimes, this 9-ball.
Petri looking in fine form here as expected, one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, so remember what I said at the start. It is 2 breaks each. Now the table is tapped. They're not using a triangle or a template. You watch as Stefan racks these balls. They just drop nicely into little divots that have been made in the cloth by a special template which they use to tap the table, which guarantees fast racking and, well, you know, consistent racking as well, which is the most important thing, isn't it? And all the stars are out, aren't they? Look around the arena, as you can see. Beautiful arena here. I don't know whether you caught the strawberry moon yesterday where you were, Eric, but strawberry moon and lots of stars here, both around the arena and on the tables. Rack number 2, Stefan breaking off. Lucky 7. He's made the 3-point rule. And once again, though, Eric, nothing to go at.
Yeah, ideally with the cue ball on the break, you always want to end up with the cue ball above the rack. He's ended up with the cue ball below the rack on the first 2 breaks and has been punished on both of them. No option but to push here. See what Petri likes on this first opportunity. Just gives it back pretty quickly. I just went back over to his chair to maybe grab his chalk, but he's going to take a shot at some defense here.
Oh, he's gone all in for that.
Too much angle here, and so much angle that you can't even really draw the cue ball going around table. I guess there is room between the 5 and the corner pocket if he decides. Could play a bunch of right spin, try to hold the cue ball up. Nice shot. Gonna want to be straight enough that he can draw straight back to around where he is now. Or pardon me, he still has the 5 up table, so he's okay to just stop the cue ball here.
Should reply this. After that mistake, it will be Mäkinen, who draws a 2 rack lead, and now we'll have 2 breaks of his own. He'll hopefully be increasing that to 4, because he's got a hell of a break, hasn't he, this guy, Eric? He's well known for his big break.
Yeah, and that's really going to be the key to any player that does well in the tournament. They're going to look for their break and run percentage to be well over 30%, getting into the 40, maybe. So, bit of ominous signs for Stefan starting the match here, being down 2-0 and being stuck 2 of his breaks. See what Petri can get going on the break here. Has the 1 down on the side, legal break. Again, no shot on the 2. Not many places to push here because a lot of angles with the cue ball staying up table are kind of blocked. Big wall of balls around the 2. It'll be tough to push down to the same end of the table that the 2's on, but he has some room down by the top left.
I don't think he's going to be giving this one back, Eric. There's a nice little side-to-side safety on here. Lots of balls in the centre of the table to hide behind. So he can play just off the right-hand side of the 2 as we look. Or the left.
Yeah, I think he has enough room on the right. If he does, he'll definitely be taking the right side of it. Good shot, but overhit. Yeah.
right distance, hasn't he, Eric?
Don't believe the 3 will pass the 5 for Mäkinen. He's coming over and taking a look at that now. If it does, it'll make the position pass a lot easier. If it doesn't, he can power through 2 rails and try to play the 3 in the left middle. Four balls kind of surrounded by the 7-9, so not an easy rack here for Petri. Nice shot there. He can draw over to the right side of the table now and play the 4 in the left middle. Some exciting developments on the Predator International side of things. Tournaments in Indonesia, Vietnam, Florida, all announced within the past month.
Yeah, there really is a lot to look forward to in 2025 if you are a pool fan, and of course it's every discipline, isn't it, Predator? The love across 8 ball, 9 ball, 10 ball, male, female, para sports, it's all there if you want it. 11th to the 19th of July we're in Indonesia for the International Open, and then it's 17th to the 25th of September for the Women's 9 ball Open, the Men's World 10 ball and the Mixed Scotch Doubles. And you mentioned Florida, Eric. This is one I'm really looking forward to. It's kind of like an end of year party, isn't it? Predator began in Jacksonville, Florida, and that's where we're going to end each season, it looks like, from now on, in Florida. So really, really exciting stuff coming in the world of pool. Chance here for Stefan to take his first rack in this match. A little bit shorter pace, Eric, but favourite to make this.
Ooh, side of the pocket, but it's down. Good to get the rack out of the way when you're coming in as an underdog like Stefan is here. Petri will still have his
nervy, isn't it?
Breaks. Go ahead.
Doesn't matter how often you've played. Doesn't matter how often you've played or how many tournaments you've played, how many times you've been on TV. It doesn't matter if you're a triple world champion. Until you get that first rack on the board, you never really settle and feel at home, do you, Eric?
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the time you might be coming into a new venue that you've never played on or never played at. So just kind of getting yourself acclimated and getting into your normal game flow is always a thing in the first round.
Yeah, just touching on that first round nerves, defending champion Mohamed Soufi. Now, he showed no nerves earlier on today when he won his opening match in defence of his title. Christian Kurzik, he beat 9-0. So a good start there for the reigning champion. And Veronika Ivanovskaya, or Halliday as she's known now. She's the defending ladies champion, and they're both here in the quest to defend their titles.
Stefan can try to play the 3 near the 5, closer to the short rail, and use the 8-9 as blockers here. I like shooting at this push that he's been left. 4 ball is going to pose a problem for both players going full rack, but looking to win the safety battle on the 3.
If you are just joining us, we're coming to you live from Austria, day 1 of the Eurotour here in what a lot of players describe as their favourite venue of the year. And I've seen some of the pictures, Eric, coming out on the players' Facebook pages of the hotel where they're staying and the venue and the surrounding areas, it really is very, very picturesque, beautiful part of the world, to be honest. What a great country Austria is. Players being spoilt.
Yeah, we were in Klagenfurt for the Women's World Championships, going on about a year and a half now. I was there live. Very beautiful country.
Home to Jasmine Ocean and Albin Ocean. They will both be in action as well. Joshua Filler is here and Pia Filler is here. Now, I did hear a little rumour earlier that if Pia Filler, who's playing in the Open as well as the women's event, if she does win her first match, I will have a look at the results for you in a minute. If she won her first one, she will in fact play her husband, Joshua Filler, and that's later on today. I'll have a look for that result for you at some point. Meanwhile, Mackin and the Finn at the table. Well, he's doing his thing, but he's completely taken his eye off that one, Eric, trying to open up the 4.
Yeah, second missed ball now from Petri. I mean, that can happen, you know, when you're really from the breakout. Using the bridge there too was a missable ball, but one that you would expect him to get. But it can happen when you're trying to open up other balls. You just put a little bit too much focus into the breakout part of the shot. And second foul from Stefan, so good starting opportunity here for Petri. Mackin is no stranger to the international scene, playing in all international tours. He's had some good results over the year. Particularly did well in the World Cup pool one year with his partner Mika. Kind of one of those players that gets near the end of event. Getting through this rack nicely, slightly straight here, but he'll be able to power out to the left long rail and back to the middle.
Petri in his very colourful glove. That seems to be the trend right now, doesn't it? We'll see Albin in his beautiful teal green glove, I'm sure, at some point. Jasmine, well, not quite so colourful, in a like beigey white new glove from Predator, which I'm sure she'll be sporting. So 3-1 it is to the Finn, so decent enough start. Time for 2 breaks from the man at the table now, Stefan, who's gone for the brightish lime green glove. Look, Eric, to go with his shirt.
It's colour good,
isn't it?
Big thing for Stefan here is he's using kind of an elevated bridge off the rail. Typically you want to keep the cue a little more flat, a little bit of follow off the hit on the break. Went a little bit for him. 2 balls around rack level. Made 2 balls. Barely legal with the 8 ball past the head string. He's going to have a chance to play safe here on the first shot, likely behind the 3. All issue with that shot is the cue ball is kind of running into the 2-5, so he could choose to go to the right with the cue ball as well. Managed to miss the 5-9, but he's left it, I believe. Might be a small swerve here. No, to the jump cue. So, definite rack.
Mario He, another Austrian, who is in action here this week, won his first match this morning. Had a 9-4 win over Dimitri Herb. Going airborne again here. Finnair. He won't be happy with that. He's left another chance here for the German.
Nice shot, and he's looking pretty good for the rest of the rack. Very little cue ball movement within the next 4 balls. We were talking briefly about some of the international tournaments. Oh, goodness, you cannot miss the ball by anything any less than that, and that's a big mistake. Mackinnon's going to be a favorite to go up 4-1 now. We were talking a little bit about the international announcements from Predator earlier. One of the tournaments that intrigued me there is they're going to have a men's world 10-ball doubles championships. That'll be the first time that a tournament like that's ever been held. So looking forward to that one. And looking forward to all the world championships coming back.
Yeah, there's plenty of them, isn't there, Eric, this year? Josh Filler, reigning 8-ball champion. That will be contested again, as you mentioned. The world 10-ball singles is also going. Carlo Biardo, reigning champion there. Mackinnon in control here at 4-1. Still a break to come though from Stefan to get back into this match. Plenty of other matches going on as well, guys. We will keep you up to date with all those scores as well as they come in. You can find out all the information you need. Go to ProBilliardSeries.com. There's everything you need. There's all the tournaments on there that Eric and I have just been talking about. There's live scores for this. There's upcoming events. There's everything on there you need to know. Go and get involved in the chat on social media as well on the Pro Billiard Series Facebook page. Puts this cue ball very close to that side rail as well, doesn't he, Eric? And with that elevated bridge, as you were mentioning, not the best break, I don't think.
Yeah, there's really nowhere to go except for high. I mean, this one's not going to be legal, but yeah, I mean, you're right, Mark. You typically want to put the cue ball out a little further. You typically want to have your bridge a little flatter at the rack.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why, guys, if you've just joined us, why is Petri at the table when Stefan made a ball? He didn't make the 3-point rule, only made 1 point. You get a point for every ball down and a point for every ball that passes the head string. And as you see, he only made 1 ball down, nothing past the head string. Oh, and he's lifted his head on that one. Oh, a little bit extra power, a lot of movement in the body there, Eric.
Wow, we've all been there. I mean, Petri will use the closed bridge a lot. I was kind of a little surprised to see him using open bridge on that one. Maybe a small factor of the result, but yeah, he's going to want to clean up his play a little bit going forward in the tournament. I mean, to be fair, he does know he's a big favorite in this match, and you know, players can kind of go into freewheeling mode a little bit sometimes. But still, there's been a couple missed balls and now a miscue from Mackinnon. And of course, Stefan is capable. Want to stay on top of him as much as you can. Watch out behind the 5 here. Or behind the 9, pardon me.
I was just going to say, Petri hard at work on his tip, and he'll be needing it a lot quicker than he thought as well, I think, because that's a shocking positional shot there. Maybe just lack of time at the table, could be. Just misjudging the pace there, Eric. Hooked himself on the 5, and it's a chance for Petri. So that miscue hasn't cost him the rack just yet.
Barely in the side of the pocket, but he's in good position now.
Yeah, Pia Filler, I mentioned, she's in action at the moment, I believe. But I don't see any latest score from her. But I'll keep you up to date, guys. Remember, if she does win her match that she's playing, she plays her husband, Joshua Filler. I remember them playing each other before in some tournament.
Yeah, I remember that too. I think Josh came away with the victory there. Pia's coming off his second place finish at the most recent WPBA event in Michigan. They were touting that as one of the strongest women's fields ever assembled, and I had a look at the draw, and they were all there, and Pia got second.
Yeah, and congratulations as well to Wei Tzu-Chen, who ended up winning that event, Eric. It was, as you say, a very, very tough field. All the big names were there. There wasn't anyone missing, and you're right. And that's exactly how it was advertised, as the strongest field yet. And there will be, just to touch on the women once again, there will be the Women's World 8 Ball this year also. That's on the 2nd of July. It's in Wisconsin, I believe. So there's action going on everywhere. Pia Filler is 4-0 down in her first match against Lazar Kostic. So maybe she can avoid husband in the second round. Long way to go in that one yet, though.
This is closer to the break that Mäkkinen's looking for, but it doesn't look like he has the pocketing angle into the side. It's going to be in tough playing safe. Don't believe he'll be able to develop anything off the right side of the three, and if he goes off the left, he's kind of going into the side pocket, and not many balls up table to hide behind. See what he can come up with here.
Yeah, well known for his break, Eric, as we touched on earlier on. And that's, as you say, a bit more like the break he's looking for. Can he get through to this?
Yeah, he had enough of the right side to
oh, look at the cue ball.
ball.
Oh, it's just the carbon copy, isn't it, into the other corner pocket, though, of the shot that Eklund Kachi played against Fedor Gorst in the World Championship 9-ball final last year.
Yeah, I didn't have a full amount of the right side of the three there, so did well to even get the cue ball moving to the right, but just unfortunately went into the corner. These balls that are deep in the pocket can be a little bit tricky to manipulate sometimes, but he's thick enough on it that he can drop the right long rail. Staying in line pretty nice here. He's going to be a little straight. If he's completely straight, he can still draw out of the angle and come back up table.
Played this nicely. Okay, overrun it just slightly, but still expecting to make this. To claw one back to make it 5-2, and he does. Very nicely done from Stefan Jesberger. Now then, we are in Pongau, and the town is famous for not just its alpine skiing in the winter, but a beautiful gorge called Liechtenstein Klamm, complete with waterfall. 44 people per square kilometre, with a population of 77,872. And of course, lots of famous people from Austria, not just Albin and Jasmine. Sigmund Freud, Amadeus Mozart, Schubert, Strauss, Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll be back.
Just went to a screening at a old theater from the 1940s of Terminator 2 the other day. It was nice.
I remember that first time round, getting old, Eric.
Finally, one of the two players gets an opening shot on the break here. Bit of tight cue ball position to get on the 5, but he's able to come around 2 rails here and play the 5 in the bottom left.
Good timing as well to find a break. 5-2 up, race to 9. This is the second of his 2 breaks. Remember, we're playing 2 breaks each, which I kind of like, Eric. Oh, that's, well, I thought he'd missed that. He's going for the early 5-9, Eric.
Yeah, he caught the angle thick there, so didn't get as much travel out of the cue ball as he expected. He has a layup safe behind the 9, but I think he will go for the combo here. It's pretty wired to the pocket. Type of combo you can, if you just pretend like you're pocketing the 5, you have a chance to make the 9.
Second thoughts maybe, though. He may be looking at the safety. He's having another look at the angle. He's called his extension there on his shot clock, of course. 40 seconds. 1 30-second extension each.
Yeah, considering going opposite-handed just because of where the cue ball is, tough to reach. He does have to back cut the 5 a little bit. He wouldn't call it exactly wired into the pocket, but he looks like he feels the value here. Yeah, that small cut angle got him there.
It's one of those, you want to be right in behind, don't you? And of course he didn't play for the combo, he just caught the 4 ball so badly, almost missed the 4, robbed him of the position that he was trying to play on the 5 ball. So this is a half a chance here into the side pocket.
Good opening shot from Stefan. He's landed straight on the 6, and he's checking now if he has room past the 9 for the 7. If he does, it'll make the position a lot easier. Doesn't look like there's much room there. Can try to draw all the way underneath it if he chooses. He looks like he's okay. Could be considering the combo. Sure doesn't look like there's much room there, Mark, but if there is, he'll be trying to play directly. Nice shot.
Yeah, this is a good reply from Stefan. He's been up against it most of the time. Doesn't want to be straight on this. I think he's okay if he's finished hard on that bottom rail. He'll have some angle. He can just play this with a bit of right hand spin. Well, didn't even bother doing that. Just has to be a little bit careful of the cue ball here. Doesn't want to hit this too hard. Doesn't want to hit this too hard. Well, he's okay.
Some promising racks from Stefan. Sending note to Petri that if he continues his loose play, could be a close match here. And he's coming into 2 breaks of his own now. He's avoided the follow on his last 2 breaks. One of them was illegal. But yeah, as you said, when you trap the cue ball so close to the long rail, you just kind of putting yourself in a bad spot as far as developing power, kind of trapping yourself into hitting the high side of the cue ball. See what he can come up with here.
Yeah, you want to be drawing the cue ball slightly, don't you, Eric? Are you playing this just below centre, kind of 3/4 ball on the 1, making the 1 in the side, draw the cue ball to the right hand side rail as we look, and back to the centre of the table? That, I think, is the plan. But he's so close to that rail, isn't he? Yeah, exactly. He's not a good cue ball.
Might have the right edge here. If he does, I believe he'll be able to hit it thin enough to avoid the scratch. Play the 1 into the 6 and use the 5-7 as blockers. Decent play, good distance. Had to overcut the 1 a little bit to not, which caused him to not stick the 1 on the 6 as much as he would have wanted. Petri has to be careful here. He has to maintain advantage. Nice shot.
Doesn't want to make it. Doesn't
No
want to
kidding.
make it. Oh, the jump stick's going to come out again.
Very makeable one here.
That's what you call bad
Go
luck,
ahead.
Eric, isn't it? When you make, on the odd occasion you fluke a ball, you don't really want to fluke one at that time.
Yeah, I mean, there's times when you can kind of play two ways, maybe having a fluke in the back of your mind possible, but couldn't legislate for that one. Bit of body language here from Petri, bit of emotion coming through. Kind of expected to breeze through this match a little more.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a fiery Finn, shall we say, sometimes. Wears his heart on his sleeve. You always know what Petri's thinking. Drop that nicely. So this is a good chance, Eric, to move within one rack.
Yeah, I like getting to the left of the 7 here. Could draw one rail or follow two rails. Have to kind of be behind the shot to know the exact right choice. I like that one. It's into the angle more. Players will be playing down to a final 32 redraw here. Double knockout up until that stage.
It's a big field,
64
isn't it,
or
Eric?
32 for the redraw, Mark?
I'm not sure. I was just having a look at that, actually. I know there's 216 players, so there's a lot of matches to get through. Now, is he going to be going into the 9 ball here? Will he play just a little draw shot, or can he just run past it? He could draw problem. So, good stuff from the German to move to within just one rack after 9 racks. So he will have another break. Remember, we're playing a row break, alternate break after 2 breaks each. And there you see Arc, if you're wondering what that is. It's the new table from Predator, and that's the one we're playing on right here. It really is a beautiful table which has received rave reviews from everyone that's played on them so far.
Yeah, and I'm sure all the players in Europe just happy to play on proper world-class equipment. And just happy to have Predator involved with the Eurotour overall. Saw an announcement that the top 8 men in the Eurotour rankings will get their expenses paid towards all Eurotour events. Something that's never happened in the history of the tour. Dry break here.
Yeah, and the top 4 women, Eric.
Pretty good lock-up safe here from Mäkinen.
Yeah, I wonder, does he try and make the 2-ball here? Off the top rail, left-hand spin.
Yeah, you'd need a lot of left and almost a bit of draw to come back on that angle. 4 balls blocking the 2-rail angle. Bit of a tough spot here. Very tough spot, actually.
Would you consider maybe tying something up, Eric, here?
You could, and you know, he wouldn't necessarily be in real big danger of Mäkinen pocketing the 1. Looks like he might be trying that heavy left spin play. Kind of need to draw this though. Yeah, it's not going to swerve back enough. Good try. Tough spot there.
Tough on the new cloth, Eric, isn't it? The rails just won't grab the spin, will they? Especially on that kind of shot where you're trying to get a lot.
Mäkinen's going to be looking to lock the cue ball up behind the 5-6 here, and that'll be another real tough spot for Stefan if he gets there. Nicely done. Would have a real world-class jumper to be thinking about jumping over the 6. Yeah, too close, so he's considering kick options. Looks like he might have something off the right long rail in between the 3-7 coming across.
I think
advanced play here would be to just roll onto the 1.
I was going to say Fedor will be jumping this and trying to make the 8-ball over the corner, I think. Now then, can he make this 2-ball, Eric?
Well, I think he'll just try the same play. I mean, he'll be a little bit aware that he did leave Stefan the right long rail on the previous play. But 3 fouls in effect here. He'll be looking to get him a little worse than he did on the previous attempt. Just finding a way to possibly take away that right long rail. If he gets right up on the 5, and that's it. That's what he was looking for.
Good luck getting out this one.
Yeah, tough spot for Stefan now. And he's on 2 fouls. He's looking for something to the long, short rail there, but not quite sure what he's going to do with a jump. I guess, yeah, if he can make it around the 6, he could go into the short rail and back towards the 1.
You've got to be careful you don't get unwanted spin on this jump, though.
Look at that. Great shot there.
Great hit.
Great escape from Stefan. And left him safe. And now Mäkinen's just talking to himself, looking at being a big favorite and winning the rack on his previous shot. Now small underdog in this rack. Wow. Oh, look at this action, Mark. Just gonna try to hit the 2 thick enough that he can play the cue ball to the left of the 7. It's gonna involve a lot of right spin. Nice shot. Gonna leave a look for Stefan, but very tough on the pocketing here. If he does try to pocket it, the cue ball will be very loose as far as position because of the thinness. Yeah, tough in the safe department there. Couldn't really go off the left edge. Tried something off the right. It's not quite thin enough. Another mistake from Mäkinen, and he better be careful in this match. Ball in hand coming up for Stefan here. Very accessible rack. 5
in
leads into
trouble.
the 6 nicely.
He was in trouble at 5-1 down. He's won 3 in a row. And this to make it 4, which means Mäkinen won't have won a rack on his break either. A little bit of worrying times for the Finn. And all the time, of course, this young man at the table is getting more confident. There's nothing better, Eric, is there, than seeing your opponent keep missing.
Yeah, well, these were the chances that Steffens was definitely hoping for coming into the match. He's done decently well when he's had his chances. He's been a little tough here, got more angle than he wanted.
Very capable,
Decent
though.
recovery shot there. Well, look at this, Mark. We have an equal. We're heading towards an equal score line here.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't expect this when he was 5-1 down. He would have settled for maybe 6-4 down at this stage. But it's going to be 5-5, and we have ourselves a race to 4.
Yeah,
Nicely
Steffen was
done.
in big trouble here in this rack. He just got a little fortunate to even be able to jump at the short rail. But even at that point, pulled off a great shot, avoiding the 3 fouls from Mäkinen.
Yeah, and of course, straight after that, Petri kicked the one in, didn't he? If ever he needed a good break, it's right now. He will have the next 2 breaks, so another chance to force an advantage here in this first round of the Austrian Open, the Predator Austrian Open. Thanks to our other sponsors as well, Kamui, Aramith of course, and Longoni. One goes in the side, 8 in the side as well. Now then, he does have a look at this too, Eric.
Yeah, thin one. Position's tough. He can avoid the 6 coming back, but he doesn't really want to be on the left side of the table. I think he's going to have to back off here, play the 2 up near the 9, try to hold the cue ball behind the 6. Just don't see much value in playing the offense unless you ran into the 6. Maybe, just maybe, you could get in a spot where you could combo the 3-7. But yeah, just creating distance here, ideally getting behind the 3. He's not there. Hasn't left anything offensive for Steffen, but would have wanted to put him in a worse spot than this.
I'm wondering, Eric, can he just drop in behind the 6 ball here? Does he have the angle? Just drop that cue ball in behind the 6. No, he's gone the other way.
That was aggressive, and look out for the cue ball here. It's not down, and he's got a roll.
Yeah, a little sigh there from Petri as he's walking around the table. Knew he was going to be hooked. A kind of, can you believe it look on his face. 2 rail kick into the side pocket maybe.
Yeah, a little surprised he's not going at the jump here, because this going 2 rails, you can miss the 2. Nice shot though.
Yeah, another.
He's left an angle where Steffen could open up the 3. Yeah, a lot of emotion from Petri here. I mean, again, to be fair, he was probably looking to run away with this one, and he's found himself in a spot where It's actually, you know, a close match. Obviously, it's 5-all. First mistake from Stefan in a few racks.
Yeah, and something interesting. You just seen a little shake of the head again there from Petri because the 3 ball is tied up. But, you know, when you're feeling in a good mood, you'll be thankful just to get back to the table, wouldn't you? Because you wouldn't have expected Stefan to miss that 2 ball. So he's got to remain positive. Now, there's a nice little hook here, Eric. Get back in control of this rack and try and get some kind of foothold in this match again because, well, he's lost the last 4 racks.
Yeah, nice shot there, elevating on the 2, getting below the 3. He's cut off all the most obvious rails here. Going to be a multiple rail kick for Stefan. But as you alluded to, 4 games on the trot now for Stefan, so he really wants to turn that tide in this rack. Nice hit. I think Petri will go offense here. Small temptation on the defense because he's almost guaranteed to get behind the 5. But I like trying to stay at the table here. Nice shot. Decently enough on the 5.
Yeah, didn't risk playing it 2-way. Went all out attack there, purposely playing the cannon onto the 5 ball, and it's worked out just nicely. He's got the angle, Eric, here to run round the back of the 6, I think. Played that well.
Back in nice offensive form, and he'll be breaking in rack number 12, looking to get at least a 2-game lead going into the latter stages of this match.
Yeah, nicely done. And our next match will be at 3:15 local time, and last year's runner-up Tobias Bongers, who had a great Euro Championships, you might remember, Eric, starts out against Invika Putnik. Very, very good talent from Germany, Tobias Bongers.
Yeah, Putnik, one of the veterans of the game. He's been playing on the Eurotour for, if I were to venture a guess, around 20 years, but you're right. Bonger's a player that on the rise. That'd be an interesting one.
It's going to be
no shot
legal.
on the 2. He's okay on the legalness, but no shot on the 2 though. A lot of emotion here from Mäkinen, and it's mainly due to the fact that, again, he was just expecting to have an easier run in this match.
Yeah, not a happy chappy at the moment. Amongst the mountains of Pongau in Austria. Really is a beautiful, beautiful place from the pictures I've seen. And young Payne McBride is in town as well. He's been posting some good pictures and video of the surrounding area around this beautiful ALPINA Alpendorf hotel. Yeah,
I saw that. You know, in years past, Americans wouldn't really even consider coming over to a Eurotour, but now Predator being involved and being a higher profile event, seeing even players from overseas wanting to take part in the Eurotour, it's great for the sport.
Yeah, and great for youngsters as well, Eric, isn't it, to get this kind. Well, he didn't want to pop that to 2 as well, but at that pace, I'm sure he wouldn't have expected to make either of those balls, really.
Yeah, tester on the pocketing here.
Yeah, this is a real pressure ball.
No good. Tough opener for Stefan. 6 and the 7 are in awkward positions. Let's see if he can come up with a tough run out here. He will be going offense. He can draw the cue ball to the left by the 5 in the top right. Tough shot. Bit of a quick cue action from Stefan overall, and when you get into those power shots and your stroke is so quick, it's tough to keep it straight in those spots. Come up with a roll though. Mackinnon's will have to play safe again here. Nice play there, adding a bit of left spin to kind of kill the cue ball behind the 5. Stefan can kick to the right long rail. Not much as far as kick safe. Can take a lot of right spin here, so but just be focusing on the hit a little more. Nice play.
Has to be considered a chance though here for the Finn. Can get to the 5 with some left hand spin. Done pretty well there, Eric.
Yeah, just slightly too much angle, but he can soft roll this ball. Bit of left spin. Hold the angle on the left side of the table. Similar predicament here. A little too much angle, but can play a bunch of right spin. Try to get the cue ball going to the right as much as possible. There's room between the 7 and the side pocket to avoid the scratch, but he'll want to be as straight on the 7 as he can.
You saw the tip placement, Eric. Lots of right hand spin on that cue ball. Couldn't have played that much better, could he? Beautiful shot.
Nice and close to it. Pretty direct on the angle.
It's been some time since he enjoyed a 2-rack lead. He did have a 4-rack lead at one stage, but that was cut to nothing as it went 5-5. But Petru here looking at making both of these racks on his break.
Yeah, next 2 will be up to Stefan. Hasn't really been a break and run threat so far, but he'll need a couple going towards the end of this match here. Mackinnon's been a little out of sorts, but he's such a dangerous player that, you know, anytime he gets any kind of offensive chance, he would make him a favorite.
Well, I mentioned lots of famous people earlier on that come from Austria, and it's well known, of course, as I mentioned, of its classical music history. Johann Strauss once wrote the Blue Danube. It's one of those tunes, Eric, I'm sure that you have heard, and the reason behind writing that particular piece of music was the Danube River is actually Europe's second longest river, and it does flow through Austria. The Blue Danube. If you haven't heard it, give it a listen. It's one of them you think, ah, yes, that's it. I didn't know the name. Even for you youngsters, a little bit of classical never did anyone any harm.
Hit the rack squarely by accident here. It's illegal. Mäkinen will have the option to put him back in if he wants. If he has enough of the 1, he'll try to bank it around the rails and stick the cue ball behind the 9.
I think it's perfect for that, Eric. You can even just drop in behind, is it the 4 ball, the 3 ball?
He might only have the left edge, yeah, so I have to come up with something different. Just left hand edge for Stefan. Decently in control here. Yeah, is it fair to say that Austria has produced more world-class composers than anywhere else in the world? Maybe Austria and Germany, close second?
Yeah, I believe so. And something very, very interesting, you mentioned Klagenfurt earlier on. Now, I can remember being at the first World 10 Ball Championships in Klagenfurt. It's been held there 2 years running, actually, wasn't it? The women's anyway, and also the Austrian Pro Billiard Series event. And I went to the opening ceremony, and it was actually Albin Ocean's father-in-law who was a composer, and it was a very, very nice opening ceremony as well, with a full orchestra. And I believe it was Mozart that actually enjoyed playing a bit of pool, and he actually wrote a piece of music about pool. That stands out in my memory, Eric. Yeah, stands out in my memory for some reason.
Good save there from Mäkinen, getting the ball in hand advantage here. Just slightly surprised he's not thinking about drawing straight back if he's going offense. If he's placing the cue ball there, he's thinking about offense, which I don't blame him. If he gets on the 2, he'll be a favorite to run the rack, but these are tricky when the cue ball is close to the object ball like this. Maybe trying to get behind the 6 and just playing it in this way so he can control the 1 better to get the 3rd foul.
Interesting choice of shot there, Eric, I must say.
Yeah, I didn't realize that 2 passed in the bottom right, so he did have a little more room on that side, but made it work. A lot of blockers around the 5 here. Just might be forced to play the window between the 7-8.
I think it's fair to say Mäkinen hasn't been at his best in this match, and if he's going to go on and win it, or any thoughts about winning this event, he'll know himself he's going to have to play a whole lot better than he has in this match so far.
Just the slightest bit straight here. Gonna have to power up a bit.
Stroked that in very nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, nice angle coming off the short rail now. 8 ball, same pocket. Wow, used all the pocket there, Mark.
Yeah, I just don't think he looks comfortable, Eric. It's one of those matches that you'll be pleased to get out of the way if he can go on and win this. This is to get on the hill in this race to 9, and he does finally arrive at the hill.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. There's 2 types of players. There's players that play the same no matter who they're playing, and there's players that kind of play differently or try to play more offensive when they think that they're a big favorite, which is to be honest the case for Petri in this match. But the funny thing about playing a little lackadaisical is that, you know, you can get rolling real well, or things can just go completely sideways, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a match. And that's kind of where Petri's at right now.
Another man in form recently, Estonian Dennis Grabet. Had a couple of wins under his belt and a couple of finals. Been playing some great stuff. But he's behind at the moment, 3-2 to another Finn, Kasper Matikainen.
Yeah, Kasper recently won a tournament in Europe. Name of that tournament exactly is escaping my mind right now, but he's on the rise as well. Been a good up-and-coming player from Finland for a while. Just had a strong win 2 weeks ago, I believe. I like that break better from Steph, and I would like to see him use that going forward in the tournament. Was flatter on the rail there, brought the cue ball out from the rail a little more. Actually hit it well. Deserved a little better here, but he's going to go for the offensive jump on the opener here. Nice shot. Right on the 4 with a little angle moving towards the 5.
Yeah, played it very well, didn't he?
Straight enough to get through the angle on the 9 here. Maybe some movement from the 7 to the 8. Want to get close to the 7 ideally, keeping the speed down, moving back up table. Looks like draw is going to be the only option coming back. Ooh, big miss there at the end. Yeah.
Big body movement from Stefan there, threw his body to the right. What a let-off for Petri. Can he close out the deal now?
One more big shot to escape a bit of a close call here in the first round.
Yeah, decided to really power up that shot. Played it beautifully, timed it to perfection. So this should be elementary now, my dear Hallefson.
Unless it goes too far, just a little too far here.
Just enough, isn't it, Eric? Just to make you think, I wanted something easier than this to win the match. Just checking the angle.
I'm a favorite.
Nicely done. So he started well and he finished well. He started with a 5-1 lead. Back came Stefan, but it was Petri, the Finn, who done it when he had to right at the end. He's escaped a little bit of a hiccup there, shall we say. There you see Max Lechner in action. That is available on table number 1. Thank you very much indeed to Eric Hallefson and myself, Mark White. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you for the next match very, very shortly. Don't forget, keep an eye on ProBilliardSeries.com and on the Facebook page. It's ta-ra for now.
some of the matches have been assigned for 3:15 round. Players, please check the online schedule and proceed to the assigned tables. Wojciech Szewczyk, Alessio Gibler, please proceed to table 24. Iker Antoni Echeverria, Guido Geisner, please proceed to table 5. Gutenberger Konstantin now. Please proceed to table 11. Short practice and start your match. Richard Flores, Christian Murva, please proceed to table 18. Juan Carlos Exposito, Alex Montpellier, please proceed to table 25.
Hello and welcome to the Eurotour Austria, presented by Predator Group. We have a winners round one match here between Yuma Dorner and Sanjin Pelivanovic. This is Eric Horlifson with my colleague Tim DeRuyter. Good to have you here, Tim.
Yeah, very happy to be here. I think this could be quite the matchup. Most of the people not so known with Yuma Dorner, but a former European under-23 champion. Also made a big finish in China recently in the Hayball category. So, yeah, plays also first Bundesliga, great player, and yeah, very looking forward to see him taking on Sanjin Pelivanovic.
Yeah, I'd known his name just from seeing him compete in some competitions internationally, and I did a little saw he finished in the semifinals of the previous Eurotour, so looking forward to a good one here.
Yeah, on the other side, Sanjin Pelivanovic, also a player most of the people will know. I believe he finished third in the Hanoi Open, European champion 9-ball. Yeah, I mean, highly ranked player from Bosnia. The most known player from the Balkan, I would say, together with Alexa Pecel.
Yeah, runner-up in the World 8-Ball Championship. Really been a player that's been looked at to get into the kind of the top 25 in the world. It's got up to an 8-12 Fargo, pretty indicative of his level. So make him a small favor coming in, but Dorner more than capable.
Yeah, a little bit interesting what to do on this 3-ball. Is he going to play the short side of the 4?
It's really about all he has. Could weave a path between the 4 and 9, just like that, and to the top right. It's a good shot there.
Yeah, tables, of course, they're still new, very fresh, new cloth. So sometimes not easy to feel what the players feel on the table. I was surprised that the cue ball got that much spin on it to cross over for the 4. Now stun top, stun run.
Nice play there, good speed control, and he's in perfect position now. Eurotour format, both players will have 2 breaks consecutively, regardless of whether they win the first of the 2 breaks.
Yeah, one little difference though is there has been a little absence in the Eurotour for a couple players in the last couple years. For example, Sanjin didn't play all of them in the last couple years, so now Sanjin did already play one match this morning, to where Yuma is ranked number 12 on the Eurotour ranking. He had a walkover, so Sanjin could be in stroke after playing his first match. Had a 9-2 win over Michael Thorn, I believe, from Germany. So, yeah, maybe a slight advantage for Sanjin because he still can get going from his previous match.
Yeah, all players going to start settling into these new Predator Arc tables. Going to be able to draw some experience from the European Championships, with which both these players played in. Really nice to see a common standard being set in the game. Even if you haven't played a match, you can kind of draw on past experiences, kind of know how the table conditions play. So break a serve here for Sanjin in game number 1. Yuma will be up for his second break. Shot there of Mario He over in action on table 1. Some big names out this week. Josh Filler in the tournament. Albin Ocean in his home country.
Both players.
I was going to say, yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
Now, it's the kind of funny how we are explaining everybody that it's 2 breaks each, and now Yuma almost broke the second.
Yeah, we were just into the intro there. I didn't quite take note of who broke the first rack, but it was Sanjin, so he'll be up for his second break here.
Well, hopefully that doesn't really influence Yuma in some way, because he was probably thinking, okay, come on, good break, let's tie the score straight away.
Yeah, the leg becomes a little bigger. Yeah, it didn't make one. And illegal. So Yuma will have the option to give it back to Sanjin if he wants Sanjin to push here. He is going to give him that option.
Well,
Very
he's
few
getting
spots
the
where
jump
you want
cue.
to push yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I also feel like Yuma, if it was on his own break, he probably would have taken the jump on. Now, because it's Sanjin's break, I think he just let it go. But very capable with the jump cue. And look at his shape, what a shot.
Yeah, just landed a little straight, but nice pocketing there. Got nicely on the 2. Has the slightest angle going to the left. You'll want to stay up the left side of the table for a possible 3-4 combo if you can get the cue ball moving enough that way.
Yeah, it's either that or maybe 2 rails out to get to the bottom side of the 3. Oh.
Sure doesn't
Okay.
look like this ball goes, but it must.
Is he playing a safe behind the 8, or is he going to bank the 3? It looks like he's banking straight back.
Yeah, like a 2-way, kind of get the cue ball behind the 8 and involve the 6, 7, 9 possibly. Smart shot here. Very smart shot. See how the 2-way works out? He's gonna leave it over the side, just overhit it a bit.
Yeah, interesting choice from Sanjin. Could have also played for maybe an easier safety, but really was trying to go for that 2-way. Now 1 positional shot from Yuma. If he catches the 3 ball thin enough, could run the cue ball 3 rails. Has to hit it thin though. If you catch it a little full, you might run towards the 7.
Nice play, controlling the cue ball around the angles. You'll want to avoid the 8, coming back towards the 5 now. Like the 5 in the corner here, Tim, or maybe something in the side? I think you'd want to avoid the side. 5 ball's pretty far from the side pocket.
I just kind of feel like the cue ball was... It was not easy to get the cue ball out of the 1 rail escape. The 8 or the 6 could have gone in the way. It's a funny layout this. Now has to jack up a little bit, draw the cue ball back, play the 6 in the top right. Shooting the 5 in the corner now because of it.
Please proceed to table 6.
Yeah, and now again, a little bit awkward on the 6. Could choose to play to the top left and bump the 7. I probably like to play the 6 in the top right and play with stun, a drip of left spin into the long rail and back out. Oh, he is coming up with big shots. Just cueing wise, he's looking good. Just the tip position where you can see he's lost the cue ball just a tad. So one more good shot here. The 8 is hanging, so just this 7 ball. Straight cueing needed. Yeah, and he's missed the 7. Did not jack the cue up. He went to play level cue. A little bit fortunate not to leave the 7. But surely he was trying to make it and get the shape on the 8, so missed the opportunity. Is there a cross side available on the 7?
Yeah, I think there could be. Tough to really get safe, so I see him going after this one. Nice play. Left distance, but the 8 ball nicely over the corner pocket.
Yeah, and I also feel like if he had not made the 7, he could have gotten a hook behind the 9 or at least a tough long shot.
Yeah, it was the main reason why he left himself long there. A bit of two-way in mind as well.
Oh, that cue ball. Played with fire, but does have the shape on the 9.
Yeah, a little on the 50-yard line here, but he'll be going to the side.
So Ivanovic with a 2-0 lead. Yuma will come up now with 2 breaks. Doesn't want to fall behind too much against Sanjin. Could be tricky, you know, like both are well capable players, but I think Sanjin does have more experience. He's older, has played more worldwide events. And, well, a little bit surprising miss there on the other table from Mario on the 6.
Yeah, I saw that. Must have been trying to cheat the pocket. Still early round play, so all players looking to get their footing a little bit. Square on the hit there, but the 1's down. Bit awkward getting towards the 3 here. Does have angle off the right long rail and can play the 3 in the left middle.
Yeah, the 4 and the 5 also tricky. Don't think the 4 goes to the bottom right. So we'll have to land great on the 3 to get to the bottom right corner to play the pink 4 in the top right. Tricky.
Just underdrawn it a little bit. I believe the following angle could miss the 7 here, and he does have possibly an option to trap the cue ball down near the bottom right. Nice shot. How's the speed? Pretty much perfect. Good shot there from Dorner.
Yeah, especially on the sliding conditions, I think it's not too difficult to kill the cue ball off this. Oh, he even went forward.
Wow,
Ooh.
way up the long rail there, but speed let him made the pocket bigger. Sanjin coming off a win at a Balkan Tour event last weekend. In good form heading into Austria here. Helps when you're over 6 feet, reaching across table like that. Big reach, but was able to manage it without using a bridge.
Yeah, then again, definitely using his length, his height. Still putting on extension, but I won't be able to at least get to the 8 with the extension, I feel like.
Yeah, just kind of a natural reach with that extra 4 inches at the back. Comes in handy.
Well, at times, I feel like players that are taller, they can actually put themselves closer to something that could cause trouble as well. So it is an advantage.
Good rack there from Dorner, getting away with a small error on the break, hitting it square. All players will be looking to cut the cue ball to the same rail they're breaking from. Same long rail they're breaking from. Ended up hitting that last one square, but got the 1 down. Good shot on the 3.
Well, you do see that often. A lot of players, they like to put some spin on this cut break, and it reacts completely different from club tables to these brand new conditions. So the spin throws him off more to the inside, catching the ball full. So don't think it will be a big adjustment for him to make, but it's definitely one he has to make in order to make a run for this match.
Got more cut on that one. Legal break. And a shot on the 1. 2 ball hanging up, so good start here for Dorner.
Yeah, and look at this layout as well. As long as he gets anything on the 2, just leave yourself on the left long rail. I feel it's connecting the dots.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5 connecting nicely. Even the 7. Really every ball in the rack, just light out nice. So used to seeing a lot of these players playing 10 ball in a lot of these Predator promoted events. But nice to see some offensive 9 ball as well. Almost went too far there, but he's okay. Real nice crop of younger German players coming up now. Stefan Kasper making some good results on the international scene. Dennis Laskowski in that group as well. Josh Filler, of course. Long history of producing champions from this country.
Yeah, I believe Yuma is still very young actually. I think he's won, like I mentioned, the European Championships in the under 23. But then after this year, he managed to win the gold medal in the team division in the adult section, let's say like that. So Yeah, I actually think he skipped a couple years of under 23 because he's just chasing higher and higher level. So he must be like 21, 22, I feel like.
Yeah, smooth player. Big bend in his front arm. I actually like that, but I just kind of notice him bending even more than most players. Good way to brace yourself and be solid over the ball. But other than that, pretty textbook fundamentals. Ivanovic now on the break. Both players holding serve on their first 2 breaks. Not going to have a shot on the 2 here, though.
Yeah, did catch the break slightly thinner. Would you consider pushing the 4 and the 3 together and leave like a long cut on the 2?
Maybe. You're going to have to block a lot of pockets with the 3. You'd have to block the side and the corners. I think just, yeah, staying down. Definitely has to stay down at the same end of the table that the cue ball's on. This is not a bad push because there's nothing up table to hide behind except for the 8, but not really.
Yeah, I can still overcut the 2.
Yeah, it's the best safe option here. Try to slide the cue ball past the 3 possibly. Looks like it does pocket if Dorner feels like getting really aggressive.
Yeah, a natural shape on the 3 to the left center, so could go aggressive, but cue ball frozen to the rail, difficult shot.
Undercut it, that was usually gonna lead to more of a chance for the opponent, but he did go all in there, and first chance for Ivanovic.
Yeah, just gotta make sure he doesn't fall straight. Wouldn't be the worst thing to fall straight, but I think he would like to have angle to stun off the rail and play the 3 and the 4 in the same corner. He was trying to leave the angle.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go through for the side now. Gonna have to make a decision if he wants to play a combo on the 6-7. I think I would, rather than playing the 6 all the way up in the top right.
Well, most of it depending also how he landed on the 4. But now definitely is playing the 6-7. I think I would like to leave myself over angle, like put the cue ball near the 8. And then when you make the 6-7 combination, the cue ball floats to the bottom short rail and the 6 bounces out.
Yeah, good call there. Worst thing there would be getting straight and not being able to guard against the 6 going along the short rail. But he'll be okay in this case here. So the cue ball will be moving to the right off the 6. Nicely played. Slightly too much angle.
Now I'm guessing he's playing inside spin, running into the positional area instead of crossing it if you play with top right. Depending, I mean, he could play top right to play the 8 in the top right corner, but to play the shape for the 8 in the center, I liked the inside spin, the top left spin, so I think there was preference.
Yeah, usually you want to favor running spin, just promotes the cue ball moving a little more naturally towards the position zone. Power up here from Sanjin, did well, got nice and close to the 9. So first 5 games likely going to the breaker here. Nicely done, and it'll be Pelivanovic up for his second break.
Yeah, Yuma definitely went aggressive on that 2-ball. Maybe felt like, you know, it's his break. Why not just wing at it, and if I make it, I can make a difference. I'm supposed to lose on his breaks anyway. Maybe that kind of attitude.
Yeah, it's a good call. A lot of different elements coming into play when you know you're going to get the break back at some point, or you know, there's, you know, your opponent has 2 breaks. But I like that mindset of trying to split your opponent's breaks and then get ahead on yours. This could be legal, but the 9 gets over the line. The least likely ball to ever get over the head string. Saved him there.
Yeah, 2 balls in. Shape on the 2. Look at this. 2, 3, and 4. Well, 2, 3, 4, and 6 at the same bottom side of the table. So 1 good shot here. Then the only shot I can imagine being tough is maybe to get from the 6 to the 7, depending on what kind of angle you have on the 6.
Anytime you're playing into the side pocket with speed, you risk that type of miss happening.
Yeah, slightly surprised he didn't play dead weight. He played a little bit of punch on the ball.
Yeah, because he didn't have to get underneath the 3 there. Could have stayed on top of it.
Yeah, so slight opportunity here for the German to tie the score at 3, stealing one of the breaks. Has to start off with a straight 2-ball. Now just needs to leave himself angle. I was thinking about running in between the 8 and the 7. He was looking at going 2 rails guaranteed around the 8 ball from 6 to the 7.
Yeah, either play will work. I was actually even thinking about the top left corner, so you can play into the angle a little more, but he's pretty natural here. Come across 2 rails. So looks like the first break of serve, 6 games in. And if Dorner is able to pocket these last 3, he'll have the next 2 breaks, so he'll be looking to take his first lead of the match.
Yeah, I have to say, Yuma started off a little bit shaky, in my opinion, but now he's starting to be fluent around the table. Especially if you looked at the opener on the 2, there was no unwanted side spin on the ball, so it shows that he's now starting to strike the ball nicely and clean. Yeah, 3 each, and he's got 2 breaks coming.
stage 1 of the 216 player tournament. Both players will be fighting to advance undefeated into the final 32 single knockout stage. Loser of this match will have a decently long road back to the final 32. Tough matchup really for early on in the tournament.
Yeah, then again, with these new conditions, as you can see how thick you can still hit the break with that little bit of outside spin and still making balls. 3 balls in and shape on the 2. Just one good shot, I feel like, on this 2 ball.
Yeah, similar situation that Sanjin had. Really the 2 ball going to be the big factor in this rack. Everything open. Not much to do with the cue ball for position. You can just put it all in on the pocketing here.
Well, maybe a little bit of traveling from 4 to 5 after on, but this is the tester, like you said.
No good. Just left it over the side, and a good chance here for Pelivanovic.
Yeah, it felt like he ran out of stroke a little bit on the 2 ball. Wasn't...
Yeah,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
A little bit punchy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he tends to crunch up a little bit, really bending that front arm. Can kind of get you on some shots, I think. Especially for his height, you know, shorter players, you can kind of see getting more compact like that, but he's a little taller and he kind of gets himself into a compact position.
Yeah, so up to Sanjin to steal one of the 2 breaks already from Yuma. Guaranteeing at least a tied on 4 if he runs out here. At least. Could still get an advantage out of Yuma's breaks, but that's the only thing you can hope for.
Yeah, you got to think overall the breaker's going to win probably around 70% of the games, if not more. So whenever you're able to kind of get a bit of a lead going, or the threat of a bit of a lead, the pressure becomes on the other player. If they're not coming into their 2 breaks.
Well, he landed perfect on the 7. As you can see, does not have to do much with the cue ball, can just float forward.
Nine ball down, and Dorner will be coming up with the second break. He's hit them squarely twice now, but successful on those kind of more square hits. He had a bit of a cut on the last one. It is something to take note of, though, because if you don't have to cut the break as much, you can control the cue ball a little better, and I feel like it gives a better overall separation to the rack. I still think he is trying to cut over to the side, really, just missing the contact point a little bit.
Well, on the new conditions, I've seen many players do this kind of break. It's just over the days, the conditions will change a bit, and that's where eventually he will have to break the balls with more pace. But the first 1 or 2 days, this usually works really well. But
Yeah,
not
he
this.
is trying to hit it square, and it got kicked
Oh.
in. Oh, almost kicked in this time. But yeah, that's 3 breaks now where you can tell he is kind of shying away from the cut a little bit. But that's the risk, right? You know, you start hitting it square like that, you're not guaranteed to make the corner ball. The 1 ball's not going as solidly towards the side pocket. Sanjin's going to try to avoid the 6 going to the left here. Looks like he does have enough natural angle. Might need a bit of left spin to guarantee avoiding it.
Yeah, and
Shot.
then now I probably would just look at the 7. What's the plan with the 7? Are you gonna look to play the short side of the 7 ball?
I would. I think the combo's off angle enough that you'd want to avoid it if you get the proper angle. There are angles playing the 6 in the right middle, kind of having the cue ball in a line of around where the 4 is that can play into the short side of the 7.
Well, he did come up slightly short. We'll have to run the cue ball 2 rails now if he wants to leave the 5 in the left center. Unless he goes with top right spin, but I think I like the stun left more.
Shot for the 9. It's gonna be okay. A little more angle than he would have wanted, but at least he's traveling the right way. Looking for that small angle on the 6 here. Anytime you're getting into an angle where you got to move the cue ball very specifically, and the only option is to follow the cue ball, it's a little tough. So this is ideally the slightest angle going to the left off the 6. How's the speed control here? A little too
Ooh, I
much.
think- Yeah. Well, he still has an out if he can draw the cue ball short rail, long rail with low right spin. But we'll have to put a big stroke on this in order to get to the short side still.
Yeah, and got to see if he can even draw the cue ball wide enough for that shot. I think he can. He'd have to cheat the extreme left part of the pocket. Here he comes. Big power draw, back around 3 rails. Look at that. The zip on the
He
cue
might have
ball
done
there.
too
He's
much.
Overhit it. Yeah, he's overhit it, but it landed okay. Good effort. Nice shot there, and he'll be good to take down rack number 8 now. So going into
Yes.
the 5th set of breaks, 2 games ahead.
Steals 2 games on Yuma's break, 2 in a row. And now possibly 2 more, depending on how he's breaking the balls. So we could be flying from 5-3, we could be going to 7-3.
Yeah, and 2 steals in a row is very powerful in this format, because even imagine if even if he splits his next 2, he'll still be 6-4 ahead, and the best Dorner would be able to do is get back to 6-all. So really, looking at having 4 breaks in the next 6 games, and being 2 games ahead, it's a bigger lead than it seems even on paper here. Have you played any of these Eurotours with the 2 breaks in a row? Sorry, Tim.
I did actually. I played the first one this year. Also the first event where they changed the rule to 2 breaks. Oh, look at this. Ooh, this could be painful for Yuma. 2 balls in, and look at his shape. Yeah, I did play one of the events actually. For me, having played alternate break for such a long time in the Eurotour, it did feel a little strange because I got so used to it. But it also still keeps the set alive, you know. Most of the times when you had like you broke the other guy once or maybe twice, you felt like you barely could lose the match. Now 3 or 4 games is not so much. So yeah, it's a little bit in between. I'm starting to like it more.
Yeah, I guess, you know, in a set of 4 games, you still get 2 of the breaks, right? It's just kind of a different way of how they're executed.
Now, do you think he will be looking at playing the 7 in the bottom left corner in this view?
I like that. Right around where he's standing there. Just thinking about the angle he wants on the 6 to get the highest percentage way to get the cue ball back to where he was standing there. Be crossing the angle a little bit here, but not moving the cue ball very far. Ideally right back around where he's at. Just gonna come a little bit not as close to the 7, so he doesn't have to draw it. Nicely played. So first break and run test for Pelivanovic. Looks like it's going to be passed here.
Yeah, it did solve the problem nicely. I mean, the beginning of the rec wasn't a huge test, but everything around the 6-7 I felt like could be tricky. Still have to catch the right speed of the table, and he has. It's perfect on the 9.
So extending his lead to 3 games now. Be breaking in rack number 10. Looks like Dorner's going to go for a quick break here.
Yeah, that's another dimension I started to figure out the last time we had this event with the 8 ball, is where back in the day you would have the alternate break 1 game each, and before your opponent would break, you would take a timeout, hopefully getting the other guy cold. But now I see them do it very often in between the 2 games. It's like 6-3, you could get into trouble, but now you're hoping that the other guy gets cold, makes a dry break, you run out, break a run, break a run. It's like, it's a different dimension. It's interesting.
Maybe even more strategical if your opponent comes off a break and run in his first of the 2 breaks, kind of like he was already at the table for, 9 balls in the previous rack, just trying to cool him off a little bit.
Yeah, I think, imagine if you can get your opponent to have a dry break now, and you follow it to 2 break and runs because you got the table time of that 1 game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I spoke with the players that actually do this, but I am considering this as a strategy technique, you know, like the timeout is not always being used for the P break.
Hmm.
So, as you can see, the other table, Mario leading 5-3, currently also having a timeout.
Been playing any events lately?
Yeah, I just came back from 5 weeks in China, which, I mean, I learned a lot, and I didn't really do all too bad, but yeah, glad to be home. 5 weeks is long.
You did the 9-ball and the 8-ball?
Yeah, I did better in the 8-ball than the 9-ball, though. The 9-ball was the first time for me, and I have quite some work to do on that, because it's a very interesting system with the points. Also the tables they play, like there's different strategy because of the table, like the round pockets and kicking.
Sure.
Like it's interesting. So, and also the game, it's a completely different setup. If someone runs out from the 1-ball, it's more points than when they run out from the 2-ball. So if you have the 1-ball open but no future on the 2, you make the 1. So the other guy cannot get 3 more points. Like it's things like that, you know.
Interesting.
But overall, I mean, it was a nice experience. Glad I went. And then last week I played the Ardennes Cup, but it's more like a family tournament. So yeah, not too much result based. Just go out and play and have fun with friends and family.
Yeah. Did you make the prize money in any of those hay-ball tournaments, or?
Yeah. The 8-ball one for sure.
Okay.
The 9-ball one, actually I played 2 good cueists, so I got not slaughtered. It was close sets, but I lost both. But the 8-ball was quite decent.
Good.
Yeah,
I mean, it's tempting with all the prize money on offer. It's tempting to try to, make that as a new skill set. But those guys are so far ahead on experience in that game.
Yeah, for me, I was just curious to see if I could bring my technique further, learn more, look at how the Chinese cue the ball, for example, and just hopefully take something out of it. So it was a new experience. Let's go back to this match. 6-3, Sanjin Pelivanovic leading and breaking 1 game now. Making 2. Oh, look at his layout. He's gonna be very happy.
Yeah, 6 to the 7 is only a small problem, but not even much of a problem.
Yeah, it's really
on the exact angle he wants on the 6. Yeah,
it's really the only thing he has to do is to just cross over from 6 to 7. It's like if they start to lay like this, it's so tough to beat someone.
gonna have the option of going 3 rails forward on the 6 or 2 rails back across. It'll likely be 2 rails. See where he ends up on the 6 here. A little too much angle, he knows it. Definitely be 2 rails across now. It's okay. 6 is nice and close to the pocket. Judge this thin cut angle properly.
Yeah, still could play either way, but most of the players nowadays, they kind of keep it clean and simple. The less rails, the better. The less movement of the cue ball, the better.
Well, Sanjin looks to be in fine form here. Breaking and running both of his breaks. Mistakes at a premium throughout the match.
Well, you gotta give him credits too. If you look at overall in the match, it's not like he has made many mistakes. He's played maybe one safety shot that didn't get safe. Interesting to see that he played it with inside spin. A little
Yeah, I
bit more
thought he'd
cut
go
on the
around
9.
there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost over deflected the cue ball there. The 8-ball got into the thin part of the pocket. New cloth, you're playing inside like that, can catch a lot of deflections sometimes. Confident stroke there from Sanjin, and 2 breaks back to Dorner now, but stuck 4 games. So we're really going to have to kind of lock Sanjin out here.
Well, I'm just wondering now, the strategy we were talking about, the timing of the timeout in this case did not work. We'll have to look around and see if other players are doing it and if it works for them. Because in this case, yeah, Sanjin, he wasn't really shook by a 4 or 5 minute break in between.
I do agree, though. If there would be a time to take it, I like taking it in the middle of your opponent's 2 breaks. Jeez, he's getting risky with that square break. The corner ball actually got kicked in there, not directly in. Made another one, and he is legal.
Yeah, this time he caught it too full. Has to cut it slightly thinner. Now, this 1 ball is a little bit of a tester, right? Because he has to hold the cue ball near the center. So it's not like you can put a nice stroke on it.
Bridged over top
Maybe
of the 7 a little bit.
Yeah. Would you consider maybe overcutting and just play safe?
I think at this point you want to stay on the table, but I definitely hear you. You don't want to be slow rolling a ball like this.
Oh,
No
he
good.
played it to the other corner, and look at this for a gift. I mean, this, if you compare to other layouts Sanjin had and ran out, this is definitely a gift for him. Now, this positional shot is a little tricky, I feel like. Can he still play straight draw? He could still play straight draw, okay. I thought he might have to go 2 angles, 2 rail.
Yeah, it's always underrated when the object ball gets close to the rail like that. Even a slight angle can bring you into a lot of drawing angle going backwards, but he cheated it nice and thick there.
Yeah, now 5 balls away to get on the hill first. Yeah, still a long way to go. They have to win 3 rounds to get to the last 32 single elimination. So the loser of this match has to go an even further route over the loser bracket.
Really got to put Sanjin somewhere in the top 10 seeds for this tournament, and he's playing like it.
Yeah, especially if you look at this match, like I mentioned before, Yuma did have a couple opportunities, but the only things that Sanjin had on the table were cleared. Like, it's not like he's been making any mistakes, so he is definitely showing early form. And who knows, we might see him at the end somewhere. Unless we see something very unexpected and Yuma being able to scrape a couple games back.
Josh Filler also in competition this weekend. Albin Ocean. Pia Filler and Jasmine Ocean here on the women's side. Women's event has a full field of 64. They'll start play tomorrow. That's more what he's looking for, but not legal here. Reminder, we're playing the 3-point rule. Combination of balls pocketed and balls past the head string has to total 3. Pocketed 2, but didn't get anything past the head string. Pelavanish is going to pass the option back to Dorner, and you'll see players almost always, when they do come in with the option, if they don't have a look at the first ball, they want their opponent to be pushing because they'll have the better option to decide after that play.
Well, also, Sanjin is not allowed to play a push-out from this position.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, so in
Okay.
general, they only look for, can I jump it? Is there something? And then when both is no, they just, give it back.
Okay.
Well, it was a big shot, but with the score being 8-3 on Yuma's break, yeah, I'm winging for sure. Free chance, basically.
Yeah, try to play the cue ball between the 3-4 here, all the way back for the side. Nice shot.
Wow. Does he get straight enough on the 3? It's close. Don't think he's got
Yeah,
straight enough.
It's down pretty quick though. He might be just running into the inside of the 8 and feels like he can continue forward with the cue ball off that.
Yeah, could consider slight draw of the 8 and maybe a bank on the 4. I don't think he can go forward.
Just barely accepted the thinner cut angle on the 4. Unfortunate thing here is he's pushed the 8 over the side, most obvious side pocket for the 5, but he can come back into the same pocket as the 4. He'll look to do that here.
Well, might still be able to play a low right and kill the cue ball in between the 7-8, but he looks to be playing the 5 in the same corner as the 4. His speed has been
Nice play.
really good so far.
Yeah, Masterclass came up with a couple big shots when he needed it. Probably 4 or 5, maybe even 5 break-in runs. Strong performance here from Sanjin. So look for him to have a good week here in Austria. Coming off a win, as we mentioned earlier, too, so just generally in fine form.
Yeah, 2 balls away to get to the next winner's round. Oh. Lost the cue ball slight bit. So a little bit on the rail on this 9. Now, if this 9 goes in, Yuma will not be out of the tournament. He will have to go over the loser bracket, which is a long one. I believe he needs to win 6 or 7. to get back to the single elimination, but he might do so. I mean, why not? And there it is. So Pelivanovic advances over Yuma Durner 9-3. And our next stream match will be in 30 minutes. So hopefully we'll see you then. Eric Gorlefsen and Tim de Ruyter. Thank you, Eric. And like I said, hopefully we'll see you back in 30 minutes.
Some matches have been assigned for 4 or 5 rounds. Please check the online schedule and proceed to the assigned tables.
Good luck for the next one too.
Jakub Chrobot, Denis Laszkowski, please proceed to table 60. Birzan Zakir, please proceed to table 20. Pedro Vitorino, please proceed to table 8. Please proceed to table 5. David Zalman, Andrei Yurchanovsky, please proceed to table 70. Torsten Bonke, Michal Buklevich, please proceed to table 4. Jan Rente, Oliver Portman, proceed to table 12. Kevin Lanoe, Joao Grillo, proceed table 24.
Well, hello pool players and fans from all around the world. This is the 2025 Austrian Open. And the players are about to lag. We have Joshua Filler, the number 3 rated WPA player in the world, and we have Lazar Kostic from Serbia, Filler from Germany. This is George THA in the booth, joined by Graham Hickman. The game is 9-ball. 215 players. It's a 3-point rule, double elimination, alternate breaks every 2 breaks, and it's 50,000 euros at stake here as the prize money. Close, close. Lag. Graham, how are you? Graham Hickman in the booth with me.
I'm good, George. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, glad to be here. Looking forward to this event. It's been good so far. We've had some great matches. And as you called out, yeah, we have the privilege of Mr. Filler in the house, and you called it one of the highest ranking players in the world. For me, probably irrelevant of the statistics, I think he's probably the best player in the world for me right now. And he has to be up in the argument for sure, George.
At this time, he is playing absolutely amazing. I don't think anybody wants to draw him in any tournament in the world. He just plays so well. His shot making, his position, his intensity, everything about him when he walks to the table. He's such a natural. He's such a feel player. He just makes them. He just wills the balls in. This is the first round match here in this Eurotour. We have matches for you every hour and a half. Coming out of Austria. I love Austria. I really love to see the World 10-Ball Championships there in Klagenfurt. Here's the break. Remember, it's a 3-point rule, so there's 1, 2, 3 balls have passed, a legal break. Ball on the break, shot on the 1, can't tell. Lazar, a young youth player, he's been playing on the Eurotour since 2019. He has a couple of strong finishes, a second, a first. One his first youth in 2022. He just had a second place finish in 2024.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one, I think, George. So I was just going to say, I think it'll be an interesting one because he is coming from the youth side. And as you said there, he's had a few medals. I think Joshua knows him as well. They seem to be quite friendly on the table. So this guy can obviously play a little bit, and he's upcoming. He's yet to go really deep in a Eurotour, I think. And as we know, Joshua, and you recall yourself, George, he's won the first 2 Eurotours of the year. First one in Italy, and then the second one in Estonia. So now he's on for 3 in a row, which I'm sure he'll be trying to hunt down, get that 3-peat.
Yes, he's actually ranked 10th in the Eurotour with only playing 4 events out of, I think they played 6 so far. So, lacking points from those 2 events, he's still highly rated. And as you said, to this guy, the numbers do not matter. Tables are not playing so loose. That might have gone on many tables. It came off a little bit, but it hung up, and we'll get a good look at the young Serbian.
Yeah, I think Filler was trying to just catch that 9-ball and hold for position on the 3, so he was playing it with a little bit of running English. It's probably maybe what pushed the 2-ball a little bit. Still thought it would have dropped, like you say, George. He didn't miss it by much, that's for sure. But a bit of a chance here. Early chance for Lazar.
I'm a little surprised he hit that so soft. I would have liked to come up a little bit more towards the center of the table to run the cue ball around the 9 for the 4.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, a little bit more table to work with.
Yeah.
Possibly he was scared of running close to that ball, the 6 ball in the middle of the table maybe. Good pot here. How's the nudge?
See, he's clipped. Yeah, that was a little tougher. The young man, he's a 701 Fargo. I see Fargo is used a little bit more and more in Europe as I guess maybe an indication of how the players are playing. Joshua has an 858, the highest in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive when you think about it.
Very, very impressive.
Yeah, with that kind of rating, George, it basically tells you whatever he plays in, he doesn't miss much and he wins a lot. So
Yep.
that's why he has the highest. It's so dangerous right now.
It's been said by Fargo and by many other players, and I guess maybe commentators, that somewhere around 720 to 740 is a pro player. A little bit higher as you get higher. Anything over 800 are your elite players. And in 9-ball, that almost went in. I wonder if the 8-ball goes in. Would you just go ahead and kick this, Graham? I like the kick on this. I just try to make this ball.
Yeah, I think it's just first on that fluke there. I think in one moment it looked like he was going to get a bit of a roll, but then the 8-ball's gone in and it's now flipped reverse.
Sure.
He's got a bit of a problem. I don't think the bank's on George just because of the sliding table. He could go for the kick. Do you think he can bank it? I don't know if he can.
I don't know if yes, he can. He can bank it with a lot of inside. He's not using the inside, so he's playing safe. It's going to get away. See, one of the things I like to do as a player and as, when I instruct or whatever, I like kick shots to the corner pockets. It's just a straight line. So those are some things that you can work on and really build your confidence and accuracy.
Yeah,
Joshua will make quick work out of this.
Yeah, it could have been quite an aggressive offense shot, but sometimes you're forced into those situations by a good roll or bad roll, and in this case the 8-ball went in unexpectedly, but he tried for a safety shot, didn't pan out, and yeah, I'm sure Joshua will pick up those pieces comfortably.
And Josh takes the opening game. Keep in mind, they are alternating the break every 2 games. So Lazar opened, and he's breaked second time. But Josh has stolen the game from his break.
Yeah, I like this format as well, George. I like this two break format that Predator have brought in for these Eurotours. I do think it adds a little bit of a spice to the game and does make it a bit more interesting when you're trying to hold your breaks and win your breaks. It just throws another dynamic into the whole match. I really do enjoy it. I don't know what you think.
I think I like the two break rule that they have here for one really easy reason, or main reason, is the fact that you get rewarded for winning the game, and you don't let your opponent back in on the break immediately. He's played a good shot there. It's worked out. I don't know if he was hitting it hard enough to get behind the 3. I think he was trying to end up behind the 6. The green 6, but he's got a shot here. I like going off the bottom part of the 2 and going up by the 5 ball with the cue ball. Let's see what Josh does with this. Exactly, just that right there, and that's worked out rather well. He's found cover. If he didn't find cover, yes, that jump shot is there. And since it is 9-ball, he can be rewarded by a fluke. But on the jump shot, Graham, what do you think when the player jumps this? Let's say the 9 ball goes in a different pocket than he's actually playing. Do you feel like that's a fluke, or he just got rewarded for a good hit, like right there?
No, I think if it goes in another pocket, then yeah, it's definitely a fluke. I mean, depends how hard of a shot it is. If the 9 ball goes in the pocket that you're intending, then yeah, I think that's the reward. If you fluke it in another pocket, I guess it's everyone's perception. If you hit a good shot, then
Exactly.
I don't know.
Because there's always the argument about, in 10 ball that wouldn't count it. Well, then play 10 ball, But in 9 ball, that's the game. Oh, that's a rare miss by Mr. Filler.
Yeah, he had to swerve it there. I think George, he couldn't see the full 2 ball. He's just got a little bit too much swerve, and he's just pushed it a little bit. So a chance here, get this cue ball in the center of the table, somewhere past the black would be nice. You have a nice shot on the 3.
Do you like going around the table here with a 3 rail? Oh, he just came up and drew it. I didn't care for that because you could have found cover behind the 8. He's in good shape.
I think he's just okay. You can just play a bit of a stop shot on this 3 ball. Have a nice angle on the 4 to connect to the 5. So one good shot here, and he could be in a good place to run this rack out.
Which would be great for the youngster. And there it is. So now he's on his way for a nice layout. He's made apparently the probably hardest shot on the table that he should face, unless he gets out of line.
Yeah, probably 5 to 6 is probably the key shot to make sure he has a good angle on the 7, but struggling to see where something can go wrong. Maybe if he underhits this one, potentially, but he's got plenty of table to play with. Just needs to give it enough juice.
Needs to get a little bit right of center, almost straight in on the 6 to come back for the 7. This is looking good. The young man should handle this. That's wise for a lot of beginning players out there. When you have a shot like the key shot like this, they can pretty much win you the game, is to take that extra step, extra time, and breathe. And he's hung it up.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake there. I think he's just tried to compose himself, but he was a little bit off straight. He's probably just pushed a bit too much into the rail. This one's going to be rail first, I think. I don't know if he can just clip this in full.
Yeah, Joshua will probably spin this in, or will he? Yeah, he'll spin this ball in and come down for the 7. Oh, he begged it in. Good shot.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes. It goes in the side, obviously, so you might have to play this with a little bit of pace, or he takes the 8 ball a little bit longer in one of the top corner pockets.
It appears to go by the 9 for the left-hand corner, so yes. I think he plays it. He plays for the 8 in the side. Joshua can fool you, though. He plays so darn well. It's going to give up a little bit of the 7, I think.
Yeah,
just overcut it.
Just a little bit unsettled. I think he's still getting comfortable in this match. He did try to push that a little bit to come back out.
I don't think he can see it to make it.
No, I don't think so. He can definitely hit it. I wonder if he could just feather the edge. And thing is, it's a funny one, George, because even if he feathers the edge, cue ball's going to run up to the top short rail. Oh, he's decided to jump it and go for the pot. Time's running out. Wow.
Oh, what a shot. Oh, that was just unlucky.
Wow.
Nice jump shot, nice execution. Head doesn't find the corner pocket, he probably wins the game because cue ball was trending on to a nice spot for the 8. And now a gift for Joshua. And the Killa Filla is about to go 2-0. And we'll have the break for the next 2 racks.
Yeah, so you got a bit of a roll there on that 7, has to be said. I mean, it was a good jump shot. Obviously, the time was ticking, so he played it extremely fast. But yeah, you called it. He's got 2 breaks now. It'll be interesting to see how he's breaking. We did see in the previous match I was doing on Mario He ran a few of his racks, and it makes a big difference if you can just run out your mini set of your breaks.
Breaking from the side, probably playing the 1 ball to the side pocket. Cue ball goes to the side rail, back towards the 9. He's found success. He's made 3 balls on the break.
Wow, what a
and
break.
He has a good shot on the 2. What a break.
Yeah, it's incredible. You just draw this off the rail and back out, I think. Oh, wow. What on earth?
Well, second miss. Second
That's
miss
incredible.
by Joshua. I don't think I've seen him miss 2 shots in 2 games in 2 years.
Especially, I mean, the one in the previous rack was a little bit difficult, but that was bread and butter for Joshua. I'm very surprised. I can only imagine that it's his first game today, so maybe he's just getting settled.
Yeah. If I could find anything in what Joshua just did, I would say that he tried to hold to the left side of the 6 of the ball for position. If he hits it harder, he makes it with more success, and the cue ball comes over for the opposite pocket that he played. That was the only thing I could, feel that he might have missed that ball, was he was trying to hold the cue ball on the short side.
Yeah, just a strange one. Maybe you're right. Just he was trying to do finesse or something. Just forgot about the 2. He didn't want to be straight.
Yeah, if he powers it, he makes it all day, I think. All day. Well, this will be a good game, or a good time at the table for this young man here.
That's pretty good. That'll work. Might need his extension on his cue. I don't know. He seems like a tall fellow. Might be okay. Oh my gosh.
On playing the 6 ball, Graham, I would have liked to have followed the ball to the rail with right spin and gone up the table instead of coming straight up the way he did with just a stun shot.
I'm just in shock, to be honest, George. I mean, that 7 was pretty much over the pocket. He done well to overcut it in some respects.
Yes.
This is a bit of a crazy start of this match.
Well, opening match jitters.
Yeah, but you can't keep giving Joshua easy chances like this to still win the frame. You've got to punish him for those misses, and he's not done that so far. And he's 3-0. And he's taken a quick time out, I think, already in this match. George, maybe recompose.
Exactly, to recompose. I was going to say he's got to collect himself, and he knows his nerves are running high, and so it takes that extra 2-3 steps and that extra breath to really compose yourself. And he could have easily had 2 games. They could have been, this match could be actually he could be leading 2-1. He missed that 6 ball to get on the 7 in the first. And here's our table 1 here. That we're streaming 2 tables.
Yeah, on the other table we have Albin against Malinowski. That's also live on the Predator Pro Series YouTube channel, so you can take your pick. We also have commentary on both tables, so pick your poison. Which match, which player
For all the information for the participants, draw and results, the live scoring for rankings, go to epbf.com. Sponsors are Predator, Simonis Cloth, Aramith, Longoni, Kamui, IPB, ALPINA, some Poison by Predator. That's one of their old break cues. I still have one on hand, in fact. They now have the BK Rush, but the Poison I still have. I have a jump break. You remember those, Graham?
Yeah, I do. I remember those very well and much indeed. I'm much more of a BK Rush guy, but yeah, I do remember.
Oh, I don't play with it. I just have it at home. I have a BK Rush. It's in my bag, and I just remembered I was going to give it away to a friend, and didn't. And I was going through some cues that I have sitting here at home, and noticed I still had it. It was a jump break. Well, he's a little bit of a tester, this shot on the 7. He'll bring the cue ball around the table, back to the middle. Oh, he's going to play it nice and soft. But we didn't get to see the finish. Joshua to break, game number 3. I'm sorry, game number 4. Have they not updated the score, Graham?
Yeah, I think it should be 3-0. Might just be the timing.
Exactly. Thin cut on the 1. He could play a safety to rail the ball towards the blue 2 ball on the bottom and hold the cue ball behind the 3 balls up on top. But I think he plays the shot and comes down past the 9 and back up for the 2. Oh, he's going to find the corner pocket. Too much English. Way too much English. Spun the ball a lot.
Yeah, I think he kind of fatted the 1 in the pocket as well, so he lost all control on the cue ball there. I think he was trying to run a couple of rails.
Well, the young man from Serbia has gotten some chances. He's got to get some good scores to get that Fargo rating up from a 701.
Good chance yet. I feel like you'd have to punish Joshua this time. He hasn't played a great shot there as well, so he's got to play a little bit of a shot again. And this will test his cueing, because he's going to have to kill this one, I think, George. I don't know if he can run it off 2 rails. He might have to draw this. Kind of deft shot on the long rail back out. Oh, nicely done.
Just like you mentioned. Perfect. I think he's listening to you, Graham.
Yeah. Secret microphones and earpieces. If he's listening, he needs to. If he's definitely listening, he needs to be taking these out. A little bit heavy-handed there. He would have liked to be straight on the 5, but he has to go a bit up and down now. Play the 6 and
There's been a few. Go ahead. There's been a few shots he's played now with that stun English to come straight across, like for position on that 3, where many of the top pros would play that with high English and use the rail to get better position and have a better stroking control of the ball. So my personal opinion, everybody differs. Some people like to use, many 9-ball players like to draw the ball a lot more than they like to follow it. But you'll notice that the more successful ones will follow the ball quite a bit. Like here. Well, he could draw the ball. He could also follow the ball to the bottom rail and come up to the right of the 8 and play the 9 ball in the side pocket. But again, he goes this route. And either one was correct. but using the high English, the pocket usually plays a little easier than the draw shot or the stun shot, and accepts the object ball better. Another miss. That's nerves. That's pure. The young man's really feeling it, playing the top player in the world. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
It's very
it's
hard to
definitely
do. It's funny because sometimes it can help you playing someone that you feel like, you know, I really can't win, but I can just do my best, and you let yourself play. And then other times the nerves just really, oh, look at this. Joshua being nice. He doesn't look very intense, does he? Albin Ocean on the other table in the background. And Lazar Kostic takes his first game after losing the first 3.
Yeah, I think. Yes, I mean, it was a tough 9-ball for Joshua, but I don't know if I think that score is incorrect. I'm sure it's 4-0.
Well,
I don't think it's 3-0 because Joshua had 2 breaks, and now we're back on to Lazar's break, so it should be 3-1. I think
3-1 now. They just haven't updated it. They just now updated Joshua's 3rd game. So the scores are lagging a little bit. Breaking from the side. Nice break on the 1. Nice control. The cue ball's up. He's going to have a shot. Oh, this looks good for the young man. And after that gift, he could have another one on his own. He can make his own gift here. Nice break.
Yeah, and I think the Lazar, the young lad, I think he's got a snooker background, judging by how he addresses the ball and his stance and style. He's definitely coming from a snooker style of background, I would say.
Well, he stole one of Joshua's breaks, so if he wins this, it'll be 3-2, and he'll have 2 breaks of his own. I'm sorry, no, I was mistaken there. He just broke that.
Yeah, no real problems here. However, we did think that in the last rack, and he missed a little bit of an unconventional 9. So again, he just needs to. He seems to go around the table pretty well, but can throw in a miss at any time. If he can cut that out and punish Joshua, while Joshua's not on 100%, he's still in this match. But as soon as Joshua gets a bit of flow, he could be in trouble.
Well, either that or as soon as he feels threatened, Joshua's intensity steps way up. This is a little tougher than he'd like to have, really. This is where he's failed in the past, just a little off center. And let's see if he can collect himself and follow through here. This is a little bit of a tester, I guess you might call it. But he should make this ball at a 701 Fargo. Nice. And he's going to come over. And he'll have one more break.
Somehow he's 3-2, which is quite incredible considering how many balls have been missed. But I think that's just been offset a little bit because Joshua's also missed probably, like you said, more balls I've seen him miss in this match than I've seen him miss in full tournaments. It's that
Sure. He's missed at least 2 that I thought it was 3 because it was this last one too. So that's not something Joshua does. Race to 9. When it gets down to the final 32, it will go down to single elimination and it'll be a race to 11.
that's a good break. Four ball's going to be a problem.
Well, that and this shot is very key, but even then, as you mentioned, the 4-ball is a problem. He's got to come around and get position from where he's at to run it down the rail. So he's got 2 shots. This one, getting on the 3, and then from the 3 to the 4. If he can execute these first 2 shots well, he stands a good chance of running this rack. Another good break, though. Very good break. And now he's faced with a problem here. He's got a tough shot. He's got to make the 3 and get position on the 4. Oops, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I thought the 5-ball was the 3-ball. Nice safety.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He's got some cover as well. I don't think Joshua can go one rail. He might have to kick this one rail.
Joshua is very accurate with these 1-rail kicks to the long rail. Very accurate.
Oh, look at this. Cue ball's going to dress up. That's back to what you said before, George. You know, a good hit deserves a reward, and I think that's a perfect example because Joshua didn't play that shot, but it was a good hit, and he got a very good reward.
Sure. It pays to hit him. Good things can happen, and sometimes bad things happen. But you have to keep your man off that ball in hand. Another good jump by the young man. Flirted with the pocket there.
Yeah, but he has left this. Where's the cue ball going?
Another. Oh my, that was close.
I was just about to say I don't expect Joshua to play poorly for too long, but I think he's just a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah, that one almost got away. Yeah, but one of the things about Joshua, though, is with layouts like this, he's money. And the score goes to 4-2, Mr. Filler. Now, Graham, Lazar did break and run his second game, didn't he?
Yes. Yes,
he did.
Yeah, it was a good break. Was Joshua taking
Sure.
a timeout? No, I thought he was taking a timeout there. I thought, no way, surely.
Felix Vogel, Linnea Hermannstroh, table 7. Short practice and start the match.
Albin Ocean and Tomas Malinowski. We're on table number 1. The other stream table that we have here.
Yeah, combo needed. And the good thing is with the 3-ball being close to the 2, he doesn't have to do too much from this. And the angle he's coming in on this combo, George, I kind of like it. If he catches it well, just play it with a bit of draw, Two ball shouldn't move very far. Oh, he's hit a bit hard though.
Ouch.
I wouldn't have played it at that much pace.
He'll have to use the 3-ball for cover. Yeah, he wants to bank the 2-ball between the 3 and the 9 and hold the cue ball behind the 3. Oh, he got penalized again. Oh, he got penalized there. Played a good safety, and now he has to get out of his own safety, even though he pocketed the 2-ball. This is a makeable shot.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny one.
Yeah.
You can just skim off the edge.
You probably go
maybe.
safe. Yeah. I like that, Graham. I like your skimming off the edge and trying to stay down low. He's going for it. No, he's played the safety all the way. It leaked out on him, though.
Yeah, it was a tough one both ways. I think even the skimming shot was tough to make sure you got hooked, but yeah, like you said, it's leaked out. If Joshua can find a good safety here, he could take control of this rack.
Yeah, he's found one behind the 4-ball here. Oh, it just got away. Didn't leave anything easy, though. Both balls on the rail, the 3 and the 7, and makes that combination very difficult. I wonder if he'll play the long 3-railer on the 3-ball and send the cue ball up behind the 6. I don't know if he can get just to the top rail there. No, he's coming back. He's coming back with the cue ball. He went for the combo. It's going to work for him, though. He apologized for his fortune.
He went for it. Good shot. Oh, is it going to need a little bit of a bump? Or maybe not. He's okay. Yeah, that was a good bank. As we know, he's a great bank ball pool player, is Joshua.
Derby City a couple times now, hasn't he? He's done very well with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Super dangerous. Saves a lot of shots, very creative. Had the pleasure of doing commentary with him. Just one of the last Eurotours, Estonia, I think it was. And yeah, his knowledge and vision of the game speaks volumes of his results. He sees so many things.
Yeah, I believe Joshua in 2024 won the Derby City Banks. Did well again this past year in 25. But in 24, he made quite a statement, winning 3 of the big events there. And now for a 3-game lead in a race to 9.
Yeah, I think
Joshua to break.
There's not much he hasn't won, to be honest, George. I think he's
and
just chasing one of the world titles. I think, is he missing one of them? I think, is it the 8-ball?
I'm not sure. The World 8-Ball Championship. Let me find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, he's won that much. He's won that many tournaments. You kind of lose track in some respects. It's a good problem to have from a filler perspective. Yeah, I'm sure I would tell you online. Here's the cue ball going. Oh, just good break. A great chance. Nice open 2-ball. And a good position to get on the 3-ball as well. Wide open table.
Joshua won his first World 8-Ball Championship last year in New Zealand.
Ah, okay. Or maybe it's a 10 ball. Sorry, he's missing. That's what it is. Yeah, that'll be it. I'm sure his wife put something on social media saying he was chasing it in terms of the collection. Pretty sure that'll be the one then.
In the World 10 Ball, he was Final Four in 2023. And that's his highest finish in the World 10 Ball. Well, that's something you don't want Joshua to do, is to get comfortable at the table. He has now opened up a 4-game lead in this race to 9. He's 3 games away from the finish line, but won't be breaking for the next 2 racks. You know, one of the things, Graham, I love about the Eurotour is the fact that they play all the disciplines. They play straight pool, 8-ball, 9-ball, and 10-ball, and it's just, it rounds out the players so well compared to what the American players have available to them. They basically just play 9-ball, 10-ball in one pocket. And that might be part of the reason they are successful coming over to the U.S. And don't know if I can use the word, I don't know why I wouldn't use the word dominating. The only really players that put up a fight is Shane, Skyler, the Mosconi Cup team.
Yeah, it's a good call.
You gonna make this 8-ball?
Yeah, again, he's flunked the ball and put himself in trouble again. It's incredible. It's like 3 times or something it's happened.
Well, that just tells, from what I saw, both times he had his object ball going too close to a pocket. And sometimes they just fall in. I wonder if he'll try to bend this. He's going to kick. He's going to kick this ball. He might be well served to try to bend this ball and cut the one into the corner pocket. He has space between the 3-7. It appears from this angle. Let's put it that way. They see the table. We see the maybes. The more I look at that, the more I like the twist. But this is going to work out for him, I think. Yeah, sure has.
Was maybe a spin away from getting a good hook. Obviously, Joshua can hit this one ball pretty straightforward, one rail.
And he can also control the cue ball very well to come underneath the 3.
I think he's looking at the pot, George.
Is it? You think so?
Yeah.
I like the kick with the cue ball underneath.
Could be wrong. He looked like he was looking at the pot. Yeah.
He was, and he did.
Oh, that's another. He's like, big fist pump. That was very unfortunate. Fantastic pot.
You know, I think the reason he chose the pot over the safety is that he could keep the cue ball in the same line, but he just got a little bit of a bump there.
Yeah, this 9 ball is going to be the one for me, George. Oh, that ball going close to the 9 might help him because he might be able to develop that 9. It's just, when it's just below the centre pocket, it might just be low enough to be okay, but it can always be a bit funky, those ones, I think.
it's in a dangerous spot. If he shoots the 7 and catches the top part of the 9, it could scratch. He'd like to have hit it there. No, he's just put himself in trouble by moving the 7. Now, two things are difficult, the 7 and the 9.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Very tricky indeed. 7-2-9 is also quite hard to get to. You've got to land quite thin on that to come back across.
If he can get straight in on the 5 ball, and I think he's going to, he can just hold the cue ball, come off the rail a little bit so he can go back and forth off the 7 to get on the 9 for the bottom corner. He wants to be very close to where the 5 ball is now, just a little to the left. Is that enough? Is that enough angle, Graham?
It's a tough one. I don't know if he can just.
It's a tough one.
Don't know if he can just dead weight it in and leave a relatively thin 9. If not, George is going to have to put a bit of pace on this. Maybe even draw it. Come underneath. I don't know. He's going forward though. Dead weight maybe.
He's going to slow roll it and stay there. And slow rolling those balls. It's tough. A little more angle, you could have gone back and forth for the 9 at the bottom corner. Another thing is, he could have left the cue ball close to the center of the table and taken the bank on the 7. But every one is a little bit different on shots like that.
Yeah, it just feels like one trouble from the next, to be honest, George.
Well, I think he can thin the 2 ball and come around 2 rails underneath the 9-8.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult. Just want to catch it fat. Playing it slow instead. Double kissed it. It's not what he played.
No. He's going to be in trouble here. He's going to have to slow roll this. Hit it just hard enough to get that 2-ball to the bottom rail. Might be able to come up with a little bit of safety of his own. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, he was always going to struggle to not leave that on, to be honest. The way that he was coming in on that angle. Joshua doing Joshua things. As soon as he's getting a chance to punish, he just punishes. He's just so comfortable running balls, to be honest, George. And I don't know who it was, asked the question years ago, if you had somebody to run a rack for you for $1 million, who would you put your money on? And I'm sure he comes up at the top of the list most of the time. Anybody under pressure.
You know, you mentioned something very, very good there. I like that. One of the things I've seen a lot on YouTube and on channels is asking other players, give me your top, build your perfect pool player. And they'll pick a breaker, they'll pick a shot maker, they'll pick position, jump shot, each category. And Joshua is always in the conversation. He's usually in 2 or 3 of the 5 top picks.
Yeah, and that's why
he's such a natural.
And that's why he's just the #1 player for me in the world. He's just so dangerous in all areas. Don't get me wrong. You know, Fedor, Shane, Albin, all these great players, they've all got fantastic abilities. I just think he's got something else, a little bit extra when needed under pressure, the big shots. Hence why he's ranked so high and won so much.
Exactly, and actually in an interview I saw Joshua in, he mentioned the fact that he says, I like the pressure. Look for this cue ball to be behind that ball by the left-hand corner pocket.
Got a good chance to get a resafe here if he can catch the top side of this one. Yeah, it was a good hit. Just a little bit thinner than he would have liked, but second prize. That's how he wanted to catch it. That was pretty good result. Yeah, that was a thin edge.
What a good shot there. Most people would duck away from that shot in particular because of the pocket there. But he hit it with such confidence that he was going to catch it that thin and not go into the pocket. Good shot by Joshua. Is he going to get behind the 6? Looks like he'll keep him from making it unless he banks it.
Maybe jump shots coming, I think. He's going to try and squeak over half of this ball, George, and just nick this in. Doesn't have to jump a full ball. Oh, there's the cue ball going. It's nice and tight on that top cushion. Well, nice result there. This kick shot could be the match. Got to get some safe here. doesn't want to be hitting this from behind, I don't think. Because I think if you catch it from behind, it's going to be hard. He's going the other way. Soft. Oh, nice little nudge. Has he left it though? He has. Oh dear. Wow. It's not what he played, but if that 2-ball squeezes past that 8-ball, that's incredible, George. From that position. I think it did, you know.
It does. It does. Goes right through there.
Wow. I mean, I know it's 8-2, but that was an incredible love bump there just to push it to that gap.
Well, this is where Joshua excels, in closing out games and sets. This young man is just like a bloodhound. If he smells blood, he really stays with it.
I mean, the fact that it's 9-2 is a little bit misleading in this score, I think, George, because Joshua has been, I would say, average at best. He hasn't been firing on all cylinders. Lazar's had some chances, but didn't really take them all, to be fair. Could have been a lot closer.
I definitely agree with that. Graham, the young man from Serbia, just gave up too many shots. He got a couple of unfortunate rolls after some good hits, and it cost him games. He could have had, I would say, he could have had 4 to 5 games in this set easily, and that would have tightened everything up. But now he'll go to the one-loss side, and Joshua moves on to the winners, of course. Stays in the winners side. And this has been George Teachea and Graham Hickman bringing you the live action from Austria in this 2025 Austrian Open. Stay with us. We have matches on YouTube for you and Pro Billiard TV. Come back and see us. Thanks for joining us.